Hello, hello, hello. Let me get the music pumping. That's not the button I wanted. Okay, hello everybody. Okay. Welcome in everybody. Sorry I started like a minute late. I got distracted, and then whenever I booted up OBS, it was like, oh, Restream is not authenticated. So I had to disconnect my Restream account and reconnect my Restream account in order to get it up and running. And I was like, oh noes. Oh noes. Okay. Let me just finish posting. All right. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, please be sure to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people, and it helps with getting my content in front of more eyeballs. I know it's a bit tedious for me to keep asking that, but I've noticed ever since I started asking it midstream, my performance of my streams has gone up significantly. As having more people, more new people, and just more stuff happening. Oh, goodness. Hello, LeMay. Welcome in. Okay. I'm gonna go grab some water and then make sure that I'm ready and hydrated for tonight's stream, and then we will get rolling. My gosh, I didn't get enough sleep today. I blame Okusan. Not Uncle Sam. Oku. You know what? I shouldn't expect Google captions to be able to figure that out. Hey Nabiru. Oh, I'm sorry your week was tiring, May. Hello, everybody. Hey, just had to get some water. You know, do all the pre-stream stuff. I ordered a replacement headset, and it's not even a different headset. It's actually the same model of headset that I currently have because I'm just comfortable with it. I could have gotten a better microphone, but I was like, you know what? This one has been working for me, and I'm comfortable with it. And I'm not ready to make a big change right now. And it's cheap. So yeah. Hello, Noel Main. All right. Let me switch over to just chatting. Got the helmet on because I'm writing a fight scene today. Got the darkest hour. Hello, Yalky Jazz. Welcome in over on the Twitch side. How are you doing? If you ever hear me talking and wonder who I'm talking to, I am live on both YouTube and Twitch. So if I'm responding to someone and you don't see me who I'm responding to, it might be someone over on the other side. I'm doing all right. Tired. Fridays are always kind of bittersweet for me because it's the end of the week. Get ready for the gaming stuff I'm doing on the weekend. But like Thursday nights are Critical Role, and then it's just hard for me to get to bed after Critical Role. And like especially after last night's episode. And then especially if I have to do something on Friday, like today, I had to go pick up my medication. Thankfully, I was able to contact someone to help me get a lift to go pick up my medication and get home because my normal rides were unavailable. I contact my one person, one of my friends who has a car, and she's like, my car died on me. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. So I contact my other friend, and my other friend's like, well, we're going to a funeral on Friday. And I'm like, oh, well, my condolences. And now I got to figure out how I'm going to get my medicine because my pharmacy isn't open on the weekend, and I was going to run out of a couple of my medicines, but I should have had enough to make it through the weekend. So I was like, I could just wait and go and get a ride next week. I really want to get this stuff before the weekend just in case. So I got that. Got home. And kind of just passed out. Like I made some food and then I took a nap. But time really flew by today. So before we get started on tonight's project, I don't know if any of you who are in my Discord saw my post in the writer's corner. I am looking into yet another new project. And that is a whatchamacallit. What are the words? Some kind of a story or novel that I'm looking into writing that's gonna be about kind of a card game anime story, kind of like a Yu-Gi-Oh or Vanguard kind of thing. And I've never really written, like I've kind of an outlines or plans for doing a card game stuff, like my stuff I wanted to do with like eco battles. From back when I was doing the plant punk world. But I never actually got around to actually writing that story. Right? I was like kind of designing cards and stuff. And it started the idea for the card game story was like, because I've been thinking I haven't written a card game story before, really. So it'd be interesting to see what I would do with that. But I had that like floating around in the back of my head, and I hadn't really done anything with it. And then I was talking to, oh my gosh, it's getting warm in here. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Noame said, all right, I might go to you. I was thinking about using Perfect Draw as like a framework for designing the card game. Or for planning out the card game battles. That's definitely a thought, Nabiru. Start out like Duelist Kingdom. Every card does whatever I want it to. But I kind of don't want to delve into that too much. I want there to be some level of coherence. So let me explain where the idea came from, and I'll explain what I've got so far. The idea I had came because I was talking to Okusen last night. And Okusen said something about having things to do on their to-do list. But they were typing it out. We were talking through text. And they put to-do list in one word, which my brain said Toto. So my brain was like, what's a Toto list? Then I'm like, well, is Toto a person? And it wasn't until like I realized, oh, to-do list. I'm like, oh, that's really silly. Because I was like, should I know Toto? Like, and it only took me like a couple seconds to figure it out. But in those seconds, it was just really silly. And I was like, okay. And then I was like, my brain just kind of, the gears started turning, right? And I was like, Toto, to-do list, Toto, to-do list. Who always has things on their to-do list? Dads and handymen always have tons of jobs on their to-do list that they need to get done around the house or around the neighborhood. To-do list, Toto, dad joke. Got it. So I was like, okay. So what if I have a character whose name is Toto, who's like really cheery and silly, and anytime he finds out he needs to do something, he makes like a big dad joke about it and is like, I'll put that on my Toto list, which is my list of things to do. So I was like, okay, dad joke, silly, cheery, but it's me, so it's got to feature giant robots. So I'm like, how do I feature giant robots? Then I'm like, well, I also like superheroes, and I like magical girls and idols. And I'm like, how am I gonna put all that into one story? And then I was like, hey, remember how you had been thinking about wanting to do a card game story? Well, if you do a card game story, you can have main characters with those decks, and that is how you introduce those mechanics into the story. So I'm like, okay. So you're gonna have a card game story, but because it's me, gonna have kind of this everyman main character who's gonna be like older than a regular anime main character. So I'm like, why would an adult be getting involved in card game stuff in a card game anime? Like, is he running a card shop? Then I was like, okay, what if he's trying to connect with his kids? He's one of those characters that's learning card games to try to connect with his kids. So then I'm like, okay. He's learning card games to connect with his kids, and he gets caught up in some kind of save the world scenario. And then it just kind of spiraled outward from there. And I was jotting down ideas most of the night. My idea, and I was looking at name meanings. I started looking at like, okay, does the word Toto mean anything? I found out that Toto was the name, was a Japanese name that means eternal or everlasting. So I'm like, okay. Did some thinking. Later on down the line, I was like, so obviously the main character needs to use giant robots, but could have a thing where his giant robots come back from the grave if they get destroyed, because they're like eternal justice or something. Not eternal, eternal. Come on, Google captions. So he's got his eternal justice is his robots that even if you destroy them, they come back from the grave, right? And I was like, what if they have a thing where he transforms into a robot, and his deck is full of like tools and weapons and equipment to upgrade his robot and give him tools in different scenarios. And then it can be kind of like Duelist Kingdom-esque, where like depending on the scenario, he'll draw the card he needs to like make, because he'll do like the equivalent of the perfect draw the perfect card mechanic from Perfect Draw, and just draw the perfect card to give him a solution in a situation. Which reminds me, one second, I wanted to check something out real quick. Okay. Thank you, Yelike Jazz. It was just something I was tinkering with last night, and that's part of why I didn't get much sleep, because I was just like tinkering with that idea all night. I was thinking it could be a thing where, as part of the mechanics of the card game, you like kind of Vanguard style become your main card, your ace card or something. I don't know. I'm still tinkering with it. Hello, Captain Kraken. I'm writing a fight scene tonight, so I thought I would start off in my combat armor. I'm a mech pilot. That's also chaotic, Nabiru? Okay. So I was thinking about, because I knew I wanted at least the main character to be inside of his mech, where like the mechanic is like he's piloting his mech, right? And I planned out some of like the main cast, and I started looking up name meanings, and that's where I got a lot of stuff that I was tinkering with, was name meanings. You writing a fight scene too, Yulike? Nice. What's your fight scene about, Yulike? Like who's fighting? Okay. So, main character fighting this prince. I'm not sure how to explain. Okay. Well, good luck with that, Yulike. I just finished a fight scene last chapter. I didn't know when my next one is. I'll have to check. All right, Captain Kraken. All right. Hey, so I have a way that I write fight scenes that may not be the best way, but I'll show you nonetheless. So when I was looking at the card game stuff, now I'm not going to write the card game stuff tonight. I'm going to be working on my novel, but the card game stuff I wanted to share with you all because it was just something that came to me that I was tinkering with last night. It was just this random thing that I was tinkering with last night. And I was like looking at names, and at first I was going to use one last name that was kind of like a generic last name for the main characters, because like last name wasn't going to feature super much. But then I realized that the last name that I was going to use is the same last name as some people that I know. And I'm like, I really don't want to draw this connection, even unintentionally in my head, between this character and these other people that I know. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to change the last name. So I was like, okay, what if I lean into the eccentric and silly nature of the naming conventions here, right? And do a thing where main character's name is Toto, and his last name is List. Ooh, that could be something, Noel Main. Start with one thing and then evolve to the next one. Like Vanguard Writing. I was planning to use Perfect Draw to simulate the card battles, to plan out the interactions. I was just planning to use Perfect Draw just as a framework to use for that, and like the regalia effect for becoming a warrior. So I was like, okay, Toto, Japanese name. I normally like to write characters from perspectives that I partially understand, at least the main character. So I was like, what if Toto is this kind of like mixed heritage character of like being like black and Japanese, and he has dad jokes, and he works as a handyman. He works as a handyman, specializes in horticulture, because that's what my stepdad did. Was doing handyman work, focusing on horticulture. And well, my stepdad was Mexican. And but so I'm not. So it's like I'm kind of cherry picking bits and pieces of different people that I know from my own life and from other things in order to make the character. He drives a truck so old that he jokes it won't start if he changes the oil too often, and has a garage full of tools. Yeah, kind of Digimon. That could be kind of a thing too. So my idea is for Toto to be very cheery and positive, and for him to do he's like an adult, and his kids are both like over 18. Like his daughter is a senior in high school at 18. His son is a neat otaku at 19. And so his son, so I was looking at name meanings for coming up with character stuff. So I was like, okay, Toto, Japanese name, means eternal or everlasting, eternal justice. Warriors that robots that come back from the grave. So then I was like, well, what means something related to eternal for the son's name? I wanted something that was like related to meaning eternal. So I just started looking up name meanings that mean eternal, and I found Arkyn, Arkyn, which means eternal king's son, and it's a name of Norse origin. So I was like, okay, well, what if the wife is Scandinavian? And then so they name their son Arkyn. And then I was like, okay, so if we're playing with name meanings here, this means eternal king's son, and I want to play against type a little bit, and I have this boy being a otaku weeb, and instead of the boy using a stereotypical like boy like robot Power Ranger deck, what if, since he's an otaku weeb, he's playing magical girl idol deck, and his deck is built around a princess who turns into a magical girl idol that fights evil with music and love. So I'm like, okay. So then I was like, okay, well then let's look at a good name for the wife. Hey, Jesus. I was just talking about an idea that I had last night for writing a card game story. I was introducing some of the characters of the main character's family. So yeah, we've got Toto, main character, who's the father. He's like 41 years old. Got Arkyn, who's the son, who's 19. Then I was like, okay, so then we backtrack to the wife, who's going to be 40. And I was like looking for a Norse name that meant... All right, cool, Jesus. Congrats on getting the new logo. So I was like, okay, so, but I want the wife to be the one who doesn't do card games, right? The one person who doesn't do card games. So I was like, okay, so what if it's a thing where, I want something that's like intense or powerful, and I came upon the name Brunhild, which means armed for battle. And I'm like, that's it. So I'm like, okay. So Hello, LeMay. How do you make the first day in a school drama interesting when most first days are the professor asking you to introduce yourself to your classmates and reviewing the syllabus? You have strong interactions between the characters, between the students. If you have something happen before class or after a class where the students are interacting with each other in order to build character, then that could be a good way to make things interesting. And then if you do something before class to have the characters interact, then when the character it's their turn to share who they are in class, then they get nervous or feel these different emotions over those people they've already interacted with, hearing them and stuff. Or if you do it after, you can be like, hey, I heard this about you, so I want to interact with you. So that's my suggestion, LeMay. I don't know if Brunhild and Brunhilde are two different names. When I was researching, I found Brunhild as a name, but let me see. Oh, so it's the same name. Brunhild or Brunhilde or Brunhilda or Brynhild. Okay. Okay. So I've always heard it Brunhilda, but I'm just gonna go with Brunhild just because it sounds a little different, but it means the same thing. So I was like, okay, this is a name, and I want the characters' names to be connected, like kind of a caricature, or like, I don't know what's the right word for that, where like a character looks, a good characterization, where the character looks like this, how they're using the story, except in this case, the character's name is like a reference to their character, right? And Brunhild means armed for battle. It refers to an ancient myth, and I was like, okay, so what if Brunhild is like a soldier or a pilot or something in the military and is often overseas deployed in the military, so it's kind of that like not there for all of the adventures, and whenever she is there, she's just like really confused why her family is so nuts and why everyone is so nuts about this card game. And then I was like, I was just thinking, there's gotta be a funny scene where, like, since it's gonna be a card game, a card game story, it's gonna escalate, it's gonna be JRPG style, it's gonna go nuts. So I was like, what if chat? What if at the end there is some scene where like the main cast needs to go essentially fight God, but there are monsters between them and the person they need to go fight to end the crisis. And the mom is like, I don't know what's going on, but I can get you there, and have her like load them in the back of like a Humvee or something and do some like tactical driving to swerve around and like dodge around all of these monsters to get them through the thick of the monsters to get to the person they need to fight to end the crisis. I just thought that'd be really interesting. I just thought. Ooh, that's an interesting. That's interesting, LeMay. The mom is Tristan Taylor based. I also thought it could be very interesting if, like, for the first part of the story, the mom isn't there, and they don't tell Brunhild about them getting involved in all of this, like, end of the world stuff. And then, like, they come home from one adventure, from one of their, like, stuff of fighting bad guys. They're all sore, beat up from fighting the monsters and everything. And she's just there. She's like, I came home early to surprise you, but no one was home. And now you all come home beat up. What's going on? Why didn't you tell me? And I thought that could be some interesting like drama to do. So I was like, okay, so then I need to have it. I want there to be a daughter. And I was like, okay, what's a good name for a daughter? And then I was like looking up names that were like very commonly used and associated with like American names and like African American names. And I was looking at all these different meanings and all these different things. And I happened upon one that I thought was interesting that wasn't technically like a African name or anything like that. It was actually a Greek name. And it was Alexis, which refers to Alexander, which means defender of men. So I thought, what if it's a thing, because I like superheroes and I want superheroes to be in the story. What if the whole thing is that Alexis is like the polar opposite of Arkin? And she plays a deck that's all about superheroes using legendary weapons to crush villains and protect civilians. And whereas Arkin is a weeb otaku, neat, Alexis is the fan of Western comics and music and a high school senior with a bright future. With maybe some kind of a scholarship for college. Like a sports or academic scholarship. So, and I was like, okay, so we've got Alexis is using the legendary superheroes. Arkin's using the magical girl idols. Toto is using the giant robots. So I've got my main cast. So I was like, okay, so then what's the conflict? And I was like, what if it's a thing where you've got a game that's like all of these warriors from different genres fighting to determine who will rule the world, and someone developed special battle bracers that allow the cards to become real, and they're using them for committing crimes. This family wins a team tournament and is offered the chance to work with the police, stopping the criminals with their cards and battling enemies in card games to catch them. So it's thinking kind of like Buddy Fight, right? Where you had, what's his name, using the, working for the Buddy Police. And it's a whole thing where like losing a card game disables your bracer temporarily, so it's the only way for the criminals to get away, and it's the only way for the heroes to catch them. So it's like they're using their monsters to chase after the criminals, and the criminals like, the only way I'm getting away is if I beat them in a card game and their bracer gets disabled, and then I can get away. But then if they lose, then the main characters defeat them and are able to catch them. And that's about as far as I got. I was thinking it could be some kind of like end of the world scenario that comes about. It starts with petty crimes, then escalates to like fighting God. And I was like, that could be really cool. But that was just what I was tinkering with, and I was like, that could be really cool to write. This story of this cheerful dad who just takes up card games as a hobby. I never really watched GX. What was season 3 about? I like after getting so emotionally invested in Yugi and Yugi's crew. It's complicated, Jesus. Okay. And yeah, LeMay, I noticed a lot of like Greek names when I was looking up common African American names, which is why I thought Alexis fit really well for a partially black character, especially since I was playing with names and name meanings. But I have my cast. I have a general idea of their decks. Lots of mind control and politics. Oh goodness. Oh, you bell. Okay. Lost to too many you bell decks. Oh goodness. Well, the thing is, if they give enough support to anything, it becomes very playable. Welcome back, Noel Main. Welcome back. I was just explaining the base plot and characters of my card game story that I might write, I might not. Because at first I thought it'd be really funny if like okay. At first I thought it'd be really funny if Brunhild. Yes, and chat got distracted by season 3 GX nonsense. Yes. That is a thing that happened, Jesus. I was thinking it'd be really funny if like whenever the kids and when the rest of the family, the kids and the main character, get caught up in these card game shenanigans and they don't want to tell Brunhild because they're like, we don't want to worry her. We don't know if she'd understand. She's in dangerous situations and we don't want to distract her. Yada, yada. All those excuses, right? And I was thinking it'd be really funny. Hello, Chris Claudio Molina. I'm not sure if you're a troll or if you just like writing long messages, but welcome in. Anywho, yeah, I was supposed to say it's almost most of those, yeah. We are coming up on the holiday season. Give me 1 second. I thought I just heard somebody knocking on the door. I'll be right back. Somebody was knocking on my neighbor's door, and it was just something that I did not notice. Or I heard it, but I didn't know if it was my door or the neighbor's door. So I had to check. Hello, Julian the Vampire King. Yeah, it is the holiday season. My mom contacted me the other day and was like, hey, do you want to come down here? We want to start making plans. And I'm glad she contacted me now and not like right in the middle of October, like, hey, do you want to come down for Thanksgiving or something? Because that gave me time to process, and I was like, okay, I'm still dealing with the move. I'm doing all right, Julian. I was like, I'm still dealing with the move and getting settled and trying to deal with stuff right now. I'm not sure if I'm ready to like go do like family visiting stuff. And like I've also been struggling with some like personal mental things. And I was like, I don't know how well I'm gonna do with like being around family and stuff. And like I've noticed that like lately I've been having this weird, hey Julian, it's all right, I get it, life happens and you don't owe me anything, Julian. I'm grateful when you are here, and and I understand when you're not. It's okay. You are a welcome and valued member of this community, and we all understand that like IRL stuff happens, and even if sometimes you just don't feel like showing up, that's okay. You need to take care of you. And all I ever want is for all of you to be happy and healthy and to do what you need to do to take care of yourselves. All right. But yeah, so that was what I've been tinkering around with last night, was the idea of sure, Jesus, if you're up for me sharing it on stream, you can send it to me, and as long as it's not anything obscene, I can put it up so everybody can see it, since you said you just got it done, Jesus. Okay. Not obscene unless you mean obscenely cool. Alright, here, I just got it. Let me... Who made this? Who's the artist? Did you make this? Jesus? Okay. Here's Jesus' new logo for his game. Gridmon, very nice. That's really cool. That's really cool. All right. But yeah, Jesus, who is the artist that made this? This looks really cool. I'm trying to see if you said it earlier. I didn't. I might have missed it. I might have missed it. If can you say it again? I'm trying to go back up to where you said you got it made. I'm gonna scroll back up to that. It didn't come through. Were you trying to type it as an @ Were you trying to put it as an @ or as a whatchamacallit, a link? Because you can't post links in chat. At least you're not supposed to be able to. I should be the only one who can. Me and the mods are the only ones who should be able to post links or at things. So you might have to put a space between some of the bits of the words. It didn't come through. Or you can send it to me in a DM and I can put it. I can share it with everybody. Okay. There we go. That time, yeah, that time it came through. That time it came through. I don't understand. I guess it just doesn't like Fiverr. Edward. Cool, cool, cool. It might be one of the things that, like, in order to stop people from coming in and spamming their links, it might be a thing that's like stops anything with Fiverr in the name to stop bots. But yeah, I got home from running errands, from getting my medicine today, and I was just really tired. And I ordered a sleeping mask because I was talking to my therapist the other day about like some of the anxiety symptoms I've been dealing with, and like we mentioned how like it's been this thing where like I'm awake during the night, but then during the day I have trouble sleeping because all the light that comes in my room, and I'm used to being in absolute darkness. And my therapist was like, "Have you tried getting a sleeping mask?" And I was like, "Well, I was thinking about getting blackout curtains." But my therapist like, I think sleeping masks would probably be cheaper, and it turns out I'm pretty sure it is. And also easier to set up because I can just put on the sleeping mask and I don't have to like move my desk and try to get to the window and figure out how I'm going to set up the blackout curtains without damaging my wall. So I put in that order, and it was a thing where like I needed a little bit more to be able to get free shipping. So I was like, well, let me look and see if there's any stuff that I want to order that I can get in order to bring it to free shipping. And I was like, well, I had looked into getting replacement headphones, a replacement headset, and a replacement sound card because the one I had bugged out a little bit recently. And I'm like, having a spare one makes sense. So I was like, I was already looking at getting those anyway. So I threw them in the cart, and it brought it up to just enough to get the free shipping. And it should be coming like Tuesday next week, I think. Let me check. I could have gotten a better microphone instead of just getting a replacement headset of the same model, but I just wasn't ready for that. Thursday. Okay, so it's arriving next week Thursday. Because I got the free shipping. And worst case scenario, I just return the stuff I don't want. If I don't need the sound card, it's all got free returns, and I could just return it at flipping Whole Foods, because they've got a drop box for it. Okay. That's arriving on Thursday. Let me put that in my calendar so I remember that. Hello, country girl. Welcome in. So one last thing happened this week. I'm not going to go into too much detail. This might be a little bit nerdy this might be a little bit like too computer nerdy for some of y'all. But I saw this YouTube video that when I was scrolling through my feed, that was like, sorry. Oh, I've got an ad. I'll wait for the ad to end. Got the Twitch peoples now. There we go. And that's weird. My Twitch ads manager on my computer says the ad is over. On my dashboard says the ad still had like 16 seconds left. I'm gonna reload the page and see what it says. Nope, I just had to reload the page and it was fine. Okay, anyway. So I was going through the YouTubes and I saw, oh, it's going pretty good. I'm a little bit tired. I don't know if we're gonna get the entire chapter done tonight because I'm really tired. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how far I get. I went out today and now I've got a headache, which is not fun. It's not fun at all. And I did not get much sleep today. So I was on the YouTubes looking through some YouTube stuff, and I use Notepad a lot for like jotting down notes. You've seen me use Notepad all the time. And I saw this video that was like, Notepad will snitch on you, full coding project. And I was like, what in the world? And it was like a 53-minute video. So I opened up the video and the person's talking about how in Windows 11, Notepad has tabs. And if you close the tabs, it saves where you were at. So that way when you reopen it, not if you close the tabs, if you close the Notepad window without closing all the tabs, it saves the state of where you were. So you can, when you reopen Notepad, it'll reopen those tabs. And I'm like, yeah, that's one of the things I like about it, right? Is that I can put down stuff and work on it. And the dude was going off on this thing about like how by accessing the local app data folder, you can find the cache or whatever that has the artifacts created by that save state or whatever, right? And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And then he's like, this could be used in order to find out what someone had open on their Notepad. I'm like, ooh, that could be bad. Like if someone could just find that and figure out everything that I've ever used on my Notepad, I was like, I don't want somebody to find that. So he explained how to get to it, and I was like, okay. So I paused the video. I was like 10 minutes in. I paused the video. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to open Notepad. I'm going to save all the work on Notepad that I have, that I want open. Then I'm going to manually close each individual tab. Then I'm going to open this thing that has the cache of all the tabs. I'm going to just delete the entire cache and then start fresh. And then if I ever open anything sensitive, I will just do that again, and I'll just remember to delete that behind myself to make sure I don't leave behind any artifacts of any sensitive information, right? I was like, it's a little bit complicated, but you know what? I'm a bit, you know, of an old school nerd. I can figure this out. I follow the guy's directions. I get to the folder. I find the folder where it's supposed to have the bin files for all of the tabs. I open the folder. Folder's empty. I check hidden information. Folder's still empty. Check the other folder in the same subfolder. Nothing useful. Like, what? What in the world? Go back to the video. Check the comments. Comments are saying, if you just set it to not save state, it doesn't create any bin files. I'm like, what? And somebody else was saying, just close. Essentially what they were saying, what I gathered was, if you just close the, folder, if you close the tab manually, if you make sure to close the tab, it deletes the bin file. And I'm like, okay. And somebody put in there, they're like, listen, here's the thing. In order to gain access to that file, most likely someone is going to have access to your system, to your hardware, or to your system in some way, shape, or form. And at that point, they could just reopen Notepad and they would see right there in plain text all the stuff that they would have to go through, all of this work to get from the bin file. Like, the bin file isn't saving anything that's not already, that couldn't be found by just opening notepad.exe. And the dude apparently spent an entire hour-long video working on creating a tool that could easily translate all the data from the bin file into an easily accessible form, so that way you could recover data from those bin files. And I'm like, but at that point you just open Notepad. And some people were like, oh, this was so informative, this was so cool. And other people were like, you could just open Notepad. Because the only way those bin files exist is if Notepad is open. If you have tabs that you didn't close. Because he was talking about it like it was some kind of big security risk. And it's only like a security risk if you leave random tabs open with secure information and you just don't close those tabs. There could be more to it, but I was just like, okay. All right, dude. Because I try to use some level of like cybersecurity, being careful on the internet. Because you have to show some level of like awareness, you know? But like, it was just really funny. I say as the ad for my PayPal pops up. Oh. All right. So, I'm wearing battle armor today because I'm writing a fight scene. I don't know how well it's going to go because I feel like crud. But that might be fitting for the story. Let me check my outline. Okay. So, in this chapter, we have a period of time where nothing happens for a few weeks after the last attack. And after all the stuff happens, I'm thinking it might be like a month or so, right? Of work happening at this location and just normal life. And then another attack happens. And as they're attacked, as they're fighting, this massive humanoid monstrosity that's hulking and ugly appears. And it seems to be getting stronger and faster. And it interferes with their brave drives and starts messing with their systems. And Jonathan runs in because he's been the hero that has been taking on these monsters so well. This is talking about my novel that I'm gonna be working on tonight. But the chapter ends with Jonathan's armor getting shredded, getting torn apart, and he gets badly injured. Ugh. Mm-hmm. And this sets up for next chapter whenever he gets the Archangel armor that the book is named after. Actually, I'm feeling really tired. I was looking forward to doing this writing project tonight, but this might be a short stream, chat. Which is sad because, like, I want to hang out with all of you all, and I want to work on this excuse me. I want to work on this project. Excuse me. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put up the be right back screen, okay? Hey everybody. Hey, so I think I know what happened, why I'm feeling so bad. And it comes down to me being really dumb. So, earlier today, after I got back from my excursion to get my medication, I made food. I laid down for a little bit. I made food, all that jazz. And when I made food, while I was waiting for the oven to heat up so I could cook my food, I was hungry and I started snacking. And I had bought these fruit snacks. They're made with pectin instead of gelatin, so they're pretty much vegan. I didn't look at every single ingredient, but from what I saw, because the main thing that makes fruit snacks non-vegan is the gelatin, these ones were made with pectin, which is kind of the plant-based equivalent. It's made from plant cell walls. But they don't have any added sugar, but they were still sweet. And the thing is, each pouch has 100% of your daily amount needed of vitamin C. I know that I have a acute sensitivity to vitamin C, where if I have too much, it messes with my stomach, messes with my body, makes me feel uncomfortable, makes it hard for me to sleep, and it just messes with my system. Also, I'm diabetic, so having too much sugar can cause headaches, exhaustion, all kinds of stuff. But I was hungry, I wanted a snack, the oven was taking forever to preheat, and I ate like my last 5 bags of fruit snacks, because it was a box with little 1 serving bags, and I ate 5 boxes of fruits. Not 5 boxes, that would be terrible. I ate 5 little baggies of fruit snacks, which is way more vitamin C than my body could process, and way more sugar than my body should have in a week, much less a day. So that explains why I'm feeling so off right now. So we are just going to hang out right now. We're just going to hang out for a little bit. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna chat. We're gonna talk about stuff. I've been let's actually know what we're gonna do. You know what we are going to do, chat? You know what we're gonna do? We are going... Okay, first, let me close these, because I don't need those. Okay. For my, for the Toto story, the card game story, it's funny, when I was trying to think about a name for the cards, I was thinking about calling it Unstoppable Start instead of Perfect Draw, it's Unstoppable Start. Which was, I thought was just kind of funny. But actually, let me look up what if the last name list means anything. Okay. So it's funny when I look up the list family name meaning, right? The best to know how to start and how to end things. In the middle can be whatever, as long as you cover those 2 points, especially in card game stories. That makes good. That makes a good point, Nabiru. So let me show you. I was looking at name meanings, right? Because I was like, he says to-do list. So I was like, okay, so this is what I found for like name meanings, right? What if I do lists? That wasn't the button I wanted. Okay, so it means someone who's wise and knowledgeable. Okay. From German and Dutch background. Okay. But it also can mean something else. But actually, could do well, wise and knowledgeable could be funny because then it's like they're a very knowledgeable family. They're each one of them is knowledgeable about something. Wise and knowledgeable. Okay. Okay. So each deck has one card with the scout effect that it starts on the top of your deck, and the regalia effect that it turns you into a warrior. It is your ace, and it has a simple effect that your I'll call him deck champion. So it's a whole thing where, oh wow, I have a medication that I take whenever I'm supposed to be, if I feel like I'm starting to have a panic attack. And I took that medicine and drank a bunch of water. And I don't know, since I started working on this, I'm feeling a lot better. So we might, I don't know how late we'll go tonight. So, call it your deck champion. Okay. Okay, so we got a deck champion. So the ride effect of the ace card, because it's a mechanic of the game, I'll say is free. So like as far as like designing the card games, and I'm thinking it might be a thing where how do I want to represent the idea of collecting more cards? Right? Because I could do the route of like didn't what's his name, Jaden from GX, like create some of his cards with the galactic not the galactic beat, the things that like do the tag out with Neospatians. He like created his monsters. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anime space power. Okay. 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 Mm. What you got, Noel, man? Yeah, but you could do a thing like where the players buy boosters that come with certain skill cards. Then they create the cards from these special skills they collect. I was actually thinking about that, Noel, Main. That's actually about where my head was going, which is really cool that we were like connecting on the same thing there. It could be a thing where you buy packs, and the packs have some kind of piece that you use to create your cards. And it could be like some fancy future tech or whatever. What's Inscription, Jesus? This dark, disturbing, card-based Odyssey. Play Inscription sometime. I love it. Excuse me. Do. Do you like combine the cards in this? I'm reading the description right now. I'll put it on my, is it on, let me see, is it on Steam? I'll wish list it and look for when it goes online. Oh, it's on sale. Well, too bad I don't have the money for it. It's on sale for $8. It's 60% off. But the sale ends in 3 days, and I don't get money again till the beginning of next month. Woe is me. But I'll check it out sometime. It's not super expensive. Basically, you could do a booster, skill, stat pieces. You create a card by using 3 or 4 of those. A card's cost is calculated based on how powerful you made the card. What do you think? That could be a thing, Noel, man. My Steam tag? Okay. Where do I find my Steam tag? Is that just my username? Be sure to eventually make a mascot for your card game. That's some cute or cool collectible. Oh my gosh. You're not wrong, Nabiru. You're not wrong. Let me do this because I'll forget if I don't do this now. Terra culture, okay. I think I sent you my Steam ID on Discord, Jesus. I don't know if that's what you were looking for. You're gonna add me as a friend? Name on Steam. Okay. No, it's fine. If I don't do this now, I'm going to forget. If I don't do this now, I'm going to forget. Okay. Okay. So I sent it to you. I think I sent it to you. But Vanguard, the cool... Yeah, the cool collectible was Aichi, which is why everything went sideways after Aichi left the game. Everything just went sideways. Okay. Then I will deal with the rest of that later. We are now friends. Okay. Let me change the title of tonight's stream. Sorry for anyone who came looking for like actual writing stuff. I just don't have it in me tonight. Okay. Well, thank you for that, Jesus. And on okay, there. I've updated my description because we're not really doing writing stuff. We're kind of just actually we are kind of doing writing stuff. So I will leave it in the writers category. The thing that we've co-opted. I'll see. I'll check it out, Jesus. I'll check it out. Okay. All right. All right. So let's get back to it. So we'll say, oh, cute little note there. All right, I will work on downloading that after stream. Okay, so I'm thinking could be kind of like a Vanguard thing where like the cards have a mechanic that you can become the warrior, and then might even do a thing, actually might even do a thing where like all the warriors have the trait that you can become them. You can have them be your champion and you become them, but everyone has an ace card that's stronger. What do you think about that, chat? So it's kind of like Vanguard where you could ride any card, but like some of them gain special effects whenever they are your champion, when they're your current champion. But everybody has an ace that's their main champion that like their deck is built around. Mm-hmm. That's a thought, Jesus. And I like your thought, Noel Main. Where you become the champion, but then you have a leader card that fuses with the champion as you lead the champions. Okay, so here's my vision why I have this idea. So when I was thinking about the premise, right? The premise is that people get these bracers that let them make the monsters real, and they're using them to commit crimes, and the List family gets recruited because of a tournament or being chosen because of their upstanding citizenship or all of that jazz, right? Or some reason the List family gets chosen to help out the police with stopping people from doing these card game related crimes with these special bracers that are making the card effects real, right? And I'm thinking, okay, So if someone can just summon a monster and then the monster is going to do the stuff, why would the police not just like jump the person who summoned the monster? Like while the monster is doing something else, come around behind them or whatever. Why would the police need people to be using the cards in order to help them? So then I thought, what if it's a thing where you can become a warrior, so that way the person who's summoning the warriors and the card effects is inside one of the warriors, and the warriors can't be affected by anything besides other card game effects. So like guns and tasers and smoke and all of that stuff, none of that can reach them when they're inside of the warrior. Then that means that in order for the police to deal with them, the police need someone else to use their card game, to use the same card game bracers to fight them in order to stop them. All right, listen, Nabiru, it is kind of manual fantasy logic. I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of manual fantasy logic. Okay, so here's my thought as far as the packs go, right? You buy packs that have card effect tags. Some tags are rarer than others, right? You go to a card shop, you use their card combiner machine, you put the tags in, and then and you use the machine to design a card, and it spits a card out after it consumes the tags. Some effect tags are rarer than others. of a rank from 0 to 4. Then you got to transform into the warrior of the low rank first to later evolve into higher ranks. The ones you transform into is kind of the leader of the army. That could work. I feel like that almost feels a little bit too Vanguard-y. That's very much a Vanguard Digimon-esque thing. And I was thinking, what reminds you of Cross Duel too much? The leveling up and having Champion of Army, or the tags thing? What's Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross Duel? Now I gotta look that up. Don't throw out these words I gotta look up. Warriors and ranks and champions of an army. Oh, okay. Blah, 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 blah. 3 monster zones, 3 trap zones. Their monster zones are connected to one another with lanes. Episode 1. What do the Towers cards do now, bro? Are those like Omni Negates? Okay. The raid duels? That sounds intense. Okay. But I like this idea because it it gives a reason for it gives this added reason for people to go to the card shops. You want to go to the card shop in order, because only card shops have the card combiner machine. So if you want to make a new card, you have to go to the card shop. By effects of monsters lower level than itself, forces opponent to send them on from hand, field, each turn to graveyard, special summon, all lose. Oh my gosh. So someone just gets raffle stopped by an ace monster with like the best effects. That could be funny. I have to plan out a rival character. Ace monster always starts in your opening hand. Okay. Ace Warrior always starts in your opening hand. Okay. Okay. So we've got this. So we've got warriors with the free. So warriors have the mechanic that you can turn into them. Using them offensively and defensively becomes their champion. Becomes your champion. But you have an ace that's made with the ace tag. Ace Warrior has the effect. Has the effect that it always starts in your hand. It always starts in your hand. Okay. I don't know how I feel about the riding up in ranks. Did you all see that episode of Dual Training where someone built a deck that puts up 2 Quillfort towers and then gave MBT a plane and forced him to attack both towers for game? What? That's a bit. Oof. Yeah, that is a really important thing to have in mind, Noel, man. I'm thinking of keeping it simple because I plan to use Perfect Draw as my kind of framework for like planning out some of the card effects and for planning out some of the battles. In order to like to simulate some of the battles, I'm planning to use Perfect Draw as the basis for it. So I'm thinking it might be a simple thing like if you take damage, if you take enough damage, you lose. You can so it could be just a life point based thing, and on your turn you can become one of your warriors. Who is your champion? Well, I want one of the things to be for people to like to destroy your champion. Then you have to scramble and come up with a backup plan with one of your backup monsters. Or try to get your champion out of your graveyard somehow. And so the thing is, right? Because every main character needs a special gimmick, right? Todo's gimmick is he's built around eternal justice, and his warriors can be played from the grave. They can be repaired and played from the grave. So his opponents will destroy his warriors thinking, okay, I've cleared his board, I'm going to beat him next turn, and then he just plays them from the graveyard. Which I think is kind of funny. Because his stuff isn't indestructible. It just keeps coming back. And then like maybe later on, he faces an enemy that's like instead of sending his stuff to the graveyard, does a remove from play thing, and like that's just not a thing. So he needs to find a solution, and he has to develop a new ace card that he can play from a new card he can play from remove from play. So that way, even if it gets removed from play, he can pull it back. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, chat. Chat, I just had a thought. Chat. So, Todo is a handyman in his day job, right? He's a handyman. He does like repairs and horticulture. It's not Toto, it's Todo, because he has a Todo list, to-do list of things to do. His commander is Get Rock. What's with the no for, Jesus? That's the entire joke. That joke is what spawned this entire idea. That joke is where he makes dad jokes, right? And his name is Todo. And anytime somebody says that there's something he needs to do, and he's a handyman, so he's fixing stuff around the house, he's fixing stuff for his neighbors, he's doing all of this stuff and he runs his own, and he runs his own business working as a handyman, doing like doing different odd jobs and stuff, and repairs and gardening and all these different things across in his community, and that's his business, right? And he's always cheery and positive and making dad jokes, which is why I got the idea for him to be a dad. So his whole thing is, whenever somebody says, "Hey, can you do this?" is like calls him and is like, "Hey, can I hire you to do this job for me to put tile in my bathroom or whatever?" And he's like, "I'm gonna put it on my Todo list," which is my list of things to do. And it's funny because his name is Todo Lists. You get the joke? You got the joke? They say Toto or total. Oh my gosh. Well, it's Google. It's Google Captions. It's silly. It's close, but yeah. I hate it. I love it. uh. So I had this idea. He's a handyman. He has a garage full of tools. His dad named him that as his his dad named him that as his own dad joke. Yes, that's canon. Joke Hay lists. Ah. I was gonna go with List as the last name, but I think Lists is funny because that doesn't actually have a direct translation, but it's just a duplicate of Lists. So we're gonna go with Lists. We're gonna go with Lists. Oh. Nunya Beaness. Oh my gosh. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. I've been drinking too much water, chat. Been drinking too much water, chat. No. I'll be right back. I love it. I love it, Jesus. It's so fun when you play with name meanings. It really is. So anyway, okay. My thought was, what if he pilots a mech, right? And like his warriors are mechs, but his items and spells are weapons to power up his mechs. But what if they're all power tools? Because he's a handyman. So then he would make like, oh, I need to get past this enemy's defense, because you can make your card anything as long as you put all the tags into the machine, right? So you can make it any descriptor you want. So like he says, it's going to be a power tool. It's going to be a drill, or it's going to be or it's going to be like a blowtorch, or it's going to be a saw. And he just has different power tools as that he's mounting on these mechs. Yes, Jesus. The main character's deck is handyman. No, yeah, that's where the mechs come in. The main character's deck is based around mechs. And the main character's deck is based around mechs with the effect that if they are destroyed, they can be replayed from the graveyard. Yes, I know. Morphtronics. I very much love Morphtronics. It was my main deck for a while. I have a Ghost Rare Power Tool Dragon in storage. Oh, there's appliances? Oh, gosh. Okay, let me... Okay. Oh my gosh, that sounds really interesting, Nabiru. Its own dragon to a washing machine. Oh goodness. So the idea here is Toto's deck. Toto grew up watching super robot anime, super robot shows, right? So he bases his monsters on different super robots from when he was a kid, right? And he bases his equips and his spells on power tools that he uses every day with his job. It will never be too odd or not card-like, yes. Oh my gosh, I just realized. So you can make it when you buy a starter deck, right? It's just a collection of tags that are all grouped together based on similar effects and themes, and one ace tag, so you can make one ace and a bunch of other cards for your deck, right? What if it's a thing where he's playing against type? He bought what was supposed to be a zombie starter deck, so it came with lots of things for the zombies to come back from the grave, right? Or to play things from the grave. And instead of being zombies, he made them mechs. I think that's funny. So originally I was thinking about doing a thing where like the Brunhild comes home and they don't tell her about the card game stuff, and then she reveals that like the military is using card games in some military thing. But I thought it'd be kind of cool if she was the one who's like supportive and is like, you know what, you do you. Gonna say the card game is called Arise Champions. Let me go to a different tag just to put this here. In the lore, you are becoming the champion. Or you're making your own new card back? No, I didn't make Hand Demon. I'm trying to sit down and codify the rules in a separate document. And I'm putting all of the ideas that have been shared that I liked so far into one thing. But no, you didn't miss any memes. What's the new card back look like, Jesus? Actually, let me change my model real quick. There we go. Okay. No. Hey, Noel, man, I'm putting down the rules. Oh, you'll send me the card back you designed, Jesus? Cool. I want to see. I can't wait to see it. Ooh. You sent me 2 images. Which one are you using? Or are you using both of them? Oh, there's the base form and the upgraded form. Okay. Nice. The first one you sent is the one you're using? Okay. So instead of health points, since we're dealing with like champions and knights and warriors, I was like, what if it's nobility points? Which actually, let me... Hello, Van Daglio, Dagilon. Kind of. I'm thinking of it as a replacement for health points for this game. So what I'm working on is I'm working on a card game that I'm going to not actually make a card game, but I'm going to make a story about this card game. Where like it's not the lore of the card game, it's going to be a story of people playing this card game. So you're into chaotic? Okay, okay. So if it's about nobility points, then maybe the lore of the game is all of the card archetypes are hopefully, I mean, I think having more great games out there is always a good thing. Making a story about people playing card games, how you got your start. Hey, but look where it led to you going. All the archetypes are royal families, yeah. And they're fighting for the throne. And the duels are like whenever you're striking each other down and proving yourself in battle. Except they don't call them duels, they call them skirmishes. Battles are called skirmishes. Family would have to settle themselves, so maybe instead of royal families, they're noble families. They're nobles that are fighting for the throne. Hello, redheaded YouTuber. How are you doing? I'm doing better. I'll be honest, I wasn't doing too great at the start of stream. I had a bad headache and I was feeling really tired. I think I need to get new glasses. As soon as I took my glasses off, my headache yeah, I think I need to get new glasses. As soon as I took my glasses off, I have trouble seeing the screen, but my headache got a lot better. Or got a lot like lessened. But I took some medicine and drank a bunch of water, and I'm feeling a lot better now. We're not doing what I originally intended for tonight, but we're kind of just hanging out. We're kind of chilling. I'm working on designing a card game for a story about card games, about players playing a card game. Yeah, water is good. Or noble families that are fighting each other for the throne. Yeah. I'm working on us. I just had this idea like literally last night / this morning. I had this idea, and it was based off of a ridiculous joke and just some stuff that I've had kicking around in the back of my head for a little while. And I was like, let's see what I can do with it. And originally I was just going to share what I had so far and then move on to work on writing my novel tonight. But I just didn't have the focus to really write my novel tonight. So I was like, let's just do something else. Because I didn't want to just end stream super early, you know what I mean? But they're not just fighting for the throne of a kingdom. They're noble families that are fighting for the throne of the galaxy. Maybe instead of noble families, they're just factions. So they're factions that are fighting each other. I'm not a big fan of too many multiversal mechanics, not gonna lie. No, we are not. I am not calling it the Iron Throne, Jesus. No, stop, bad spray bottle. That's how you get sued. The Steel Throne. Stop. That. Why does that sound so good? The Adamantine Throne. Some fantasy metal. Blue Faction says you don't get to plat that game. So in this world, right? When you buy packs, the packs have these little like mini cards that just have an effect on them, right? And it's a simple, it could be simple or complicated, but it is an effect on them, right? And these are called effect tags. And then you go to card shops in this world and you put in combinations of effect tags and you put in a description and it consumes the effect tags and spits out a card with that description and with all of those effects combined together. And in the whether you want it to be a warrior item or spell, and then it spits those out, and and the cost associated with the card is based on how powerful the combined effects are. You can get positive tags, you can get negative tags, where negative tags can decrease the cost of an effect, but it can limit it can decrease the cost of a card, but it can limit how effective certain things are. So people will try to combine the right combinations of positive and negative effects to get relatively low costing cards. Imagine Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Maker, but if you had to buy packs with the effects, and then each set is groups of effects that work together, and then when you buy the pack, it's a random assortment. That could be good. Van, limiting the number of cards they can have on the field could definitely work. But you buy these random packs with assorted effects in them, right? And the effects are like grouped together with like a theme or something. And every deck needs to have one card with the ace effect tag. And the ace effect tag, it makes the card more powerful, but it also gives the card the effect that it starts in your opening hand. And most people will build their deck around the effects of their ace monster because the ace effect gives you extra cost. Like it counts as a negative effect where it decreases the cost of the other effects on the card. So you can make your ace card stronger. But you can only get one ace per deck. And I thought it'd be funny if, like I said before, the whole thing is it's all grouped together by themes, but you don't have to follow all of those themes. So the main character, he bought a zombie starter deck, which had a bunch of these like play from the graveyard effects, right? Gave him a bunch of these tags that let you play cards from the graveyard because it's a zombie deck, right? Undead themed. But instead of following that, right? He made it giant robots that can reassemble themselves and play from the graveyard. So they are giant robots that he calls his Eternal Justice deck. All right. All right. But because of this, every person is going to have different decks that are different factions and archetypes, and everyone's going to make their stuff work together. But some of the effects are rarer than others. Card destruction. You lose your hand too. Well, guess what? Whoomp. Each player can only have 3 warriors and 3 items on the field at any given time. Okay. Okay. 3 warriors and 3 items. Waste bin of sin. Oh, goodness. Well, I'm glad you're having fun, Jesus. Totally not pot of greed. Oh, you trying to get me in trouble, Nabiru. The machine consumes. Appropriately costed card. Rick, oh my gosh. Negative effects. I just had a funny thought, right? What if it's a thing where because my thought that came to my mind was, what do you do about card art for the cards? Because the effect tag explains the effects. And I was like, you give it general visualizations. And I'm like, how's it making the card art? Because that's a big part of cards. So I was like, what if it like generates like a generic image based on, if you say it's like a machine or a noble or a dragon or like has a generic type, and then you can take the card to like an artist and pay an artist to like do the art on your card. And like there are special artists with special equipment for adding art to the cards that overwrites that like becomes the official card art. I think that would be really interesting. Ugh. Broke kids will all use. I imagine that there's probably like some artists that would like set up at card shops and be like, I'll do a simple line art of your thing, and I can imagine it being a thing like as like advertising, where like if you're under a certain age, you can get like a very simple sketch line art image for your card for like very cheap. Oh my gosh. That would be so cool. Jesus, that would be so cool if you're like the best artist, or like I will draw an art for your ace card, and it's for the winner of the tournament. Oh my gosh, that would be so cool. Okay. Doodle beasts, oh goodness. So there's this thing. I don't know if they have that in other places, but where I live, there's this thing where colleges and universities will do this thing that if they have like a school of dentistry and you need some kind of like dental surgery or dental treatment, you can come there to get a free treatment, but they do it on a first come first serve, and they do a limited number of them in order to help the students practice. So you have to be there really early and line up really early in order to try to get a free dental surgery. You just have to be, and it's going to be performed by a student. But you have to sign these waivers and you have to get there super early. So I'm imagining some kind of a thing like that for like new artists that want to get their name out there, where they're like, okay, we're going to agree to be at the card shop on these days, like, you know, of the weekend, and we will do free art for the first, like, free sketches for like the first like 5-10 people. So then people just line up, come in early in order to try to get the art from those artists. But if you aren't one of the first 5 or 10 to get the sketch, the artists keep their prices so low. So it's just like, well, I'm already here with a card that needs art. So, and then that's how they drum up business. Yeah, that would be a really great way to drum up business to your card shop. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know this is like probably not even relevant to the story, but sometimes it's nice to do fun world building things, right? Yeah, I know that feeling, Jesus. So there's also the thing where if you line up for the free ones, right, you get one card art done, right? Well, some people would probably want their cards to have matching card art, like matching styles. Hey, Hero Girls, I'm designing a card game for a story. And I was like talking about this idea of this card game where like the players create their cards. But how it works is you buy packs that have these little tags in them, and the tags have effects on them. And then you go to a card shop and they have a card creator machine where you feed the effect tags in and then give a basic description to the machine of the card, and it consumes the tags and spits out a card with like a very generic image on it, right? So I was like, okay, so then how would they get the card art on it? So I was like, so what if it's a thing where you have to go to special artists in order to do card art, but some of the like the newer artists that want to get their name out there will probably set up shop at the card shops, and they'll probably do like how some universities do for like getting medical treatment, where like they'll do free art, like a free sketch for like the first like 10 or whatever that come. Give me 1 second. I just caught a cockroach crawling up my leg and I gotta go wash my hands. Not Papa Roach. Cockroach. But so anyway, I had this idea that like this is one of those funny world building things that's probably never going to be relevant, but it's kind of fun to do sometimes. So the idea is that like some artists who are like the newer artists will set up at card shops and be like, first 5 people come in, get like a free sketch on their card. Nice, Nabiru. And ooh, can you imagine the flex? Jesus, can you imagine the flex if like there was someone just saying my entire deck was done by this artist, right? And it'll be like when you bling out a deck in like the highest rarity and like everybody knows that artist is either A, super expensive, or B, they only do 1 card each for tournament winners. So that means this person either shelled out ridiculous quantities of money, or maybe it's not even money at all. Maybe it's like you said, where they only do only draws for tourney winners. So they don't even. So it's not even a money thing. Oh my gosh! So imagine if the artist is holding the tournament, so then the artist like gets to keep a portion of the tournament winnings, the tournament entry fees. Oh, that would be so cool. And so anyway, so the artist is like, I only do 1 card each for a tournament winner. So that means that person has won that many tournaments that they got their entire deck blinged out by this one super artist. Oh my gosh. That would be such a flex. Oh my gosh, that would be funny, Jesus. Yeah, that's something you drop mid-duel. Yes. Oh my gosh, have a jobber who only has card. Oh my gosh, jobbers are the ones who like are supposedly really good but are only there to lose to show how big the threat is, like Worf, right? That would be cool. Have a player whose art was done by their friend. And also, the thing is, having your art on a card could be like a really good. Yeah. um Having jobbers don't need to be respected, wharfs do. Okay. But having your art on a card that was used by some big tournament winner is such an advertisement, because it's like, oh, that art looks amazing. Who did your art? And it's like, oh, I got my art done by this person. Oh my gosh, I could have an entire sub story. I could have an entire B plot about a burgeoning artist that's like their artist friend who does the art for them. Oh, we're already hero girls. Once you hear the story plot, we are already deep, and I do mean deep, into buddy fight territory. Like, buddy fight left a permanent mark on my soul. I never even watched GX, Jesus. So, the basic plot that I have so far, Hero Girls, is there's this card game. It's become super popular in this world. And someone has developed these special bracers that people can wear on their wrist, that if you play a card in the bracer, it makes the card effect real. And criminals are using these card effects in order to commit crimes. And the warriors summoned by the card effects can't be affected by like normal things like bullets and stuff. Like they tear through buildings, they shred armor. They are just like unstoppable juggernauts to conventional weaponry. But the only way to stop them is to get these advanced bracers of your own and to summon your own warriors, use your own card effects and whatever, right? So this family gets recruited to be essentially deputized to help the police deal with the rising crime. But the names of all the characters are references to like what kind of deck they play / what kind of role they play in the story. And all of this, and I do mean all of this, started literally last night as a joke of me misunderstanding when my friend in a text said they had a to-do list, but they didn't put the dash between the to-do, they just wrote it as one word, and my brain went, what's a Toto list? And then I'm like, Toto's a name. Why does Toto have a list? This person's name isn't Toto. And then I realized, oh, to-do list. And I'm like, wait, Toto, to-do list, Toto list, to-do list. So then I had this thought, okay, because I'd been kicking around this idea for a while that like I wanted to write a card game story. So I'd had this idea kicking around the back of my head for a while. And then I was like, I could do something. And then I'm like, okay, so Toto. What if someone's name was Toto and makes dad jokes? I always like writing older characters that like make dad jokes and are kind of like, and he's like kind of like positive and upbeat character, right? And he's got a list of things that he needs to get done. That's even as he keeps completing things, the more things keep getting added to the list. What's something that keeps getting? What's a person who has someone who has lots of stuff added to the list? A handyman who's doing odd jobs around the neighborhood, who's like a dad who's like doing lots of like maintenance and stuff on the house. So I'm like, okay, so he's a dad, he's got kids, and he makes the joke every time someone calls him to be like, hey, can I hire you to do this thing? He's like, I'm gonna put it on my Toto list, which is my list of things to do. And his last name is Lists. So his name is literally Toto Lists. And he's just embraced the pun. But the funny thing is, Toto is actually a Japanese name. It means eternal or everlasting. So his gimmick is his deck is filled with mechs. And they can be played from the graveyard. They can reassemble themselves after they've been destroyed. So he calls it his eternal justice. And he bought a starter deck that was supposed to be a zombie starter deck that had all of these tags for playing from the graveyard. And he just instead told the machine, I want giant robots. They won that many tournaments. That's funny, Jesus. I would probably play that deck, Jesus. A card with a cowboy riding mechs. That would be really fun. Okay. Okay. Oh, really? What's the name of the commander? What's the name of the mech commander? Oh my gosh, Hero Girls. That would be so adorable. You just have Kaiba play a Blue Eyes, but instead of the regular art, it's the art that Mokuba drew for him. I don't know what that's reference to, Van. Dorikai Genesis Engine. Let me see this. Oh, that's interesting. The crew mechanic seems interesting. So it just turns into an 8/8. I'm sorry, Van. I hope I didn't let you down too much. Nice. Nice, hero girls. Okay. All right. So now we've got oh yeah, that's true. I'll say, how do I do this? So I want them to be able to play the game anywhere, but I want it to be a thing where like the bad guys are abusing this technology in order to use it to commit crimes. Mm-hmm. Winning breaks the core deck case. Yeah. That's true. So the other mechanic, hero girls, of this game is that all of the warriors have a free effect that doesn't cost any points to use called the champion effect, which is that you can make a warrior your champion, and then in the lore, you are inhabiting that warrior. And if anyone wants to deal damage to you, they have to attack that warrior and defeat it in combat. Now champions cannot, when you're inhabiting them, cannot be destroyed by battle, but they can only be destroyed by card effect. And then if there's ever a situation in which your champion is destroyed and you are just left defenseless on the field and you have no other warriors on the field, the enemy can attack you directly in order to... No, you're not possessing people, you're possessing the cards, essentially. You put, like, the cards summon warriors that you possess. And if you ever get caught without your warrior, without your champion, then they can attack you directly if you don't have any warriors to block for you. And I thought it was an interesting switch up to the mechanic a little bit. It makes effect destruction really powerful. But you can only possess a champion at the start of your turn. And you can only have one champion on the board at a time. But this causes this interesting effect when the people hack the bracers to be able to use them to like make the things affect people, because of the nature of the hard light holograms, the player inside their champion is immune to all conventional weaponry and all conventional equipment. So like the police and people can't do anything against warriors against people inhabiting these warriors most of the time. So that's why the main characters get recruited to work with the police with their own special bracers in order to fight them. But I will say that there are regular bracers for normal battles that don't do the destruction. So there are people who will have normal battles. I guess. It is kind of like possession. In my head, it's different because the cards don't really have a will of their own. So I see it more as like piloting a mech, like driving a vehicle. Because like, do you possess your car? I mean, I know you own your car, but you know what I mean. Yeah, then you cross into some weird lines, Jesus. Kind of like Vanguard a little bit. That's true. That's very true. Because you're gonna have a lot of people with, like, for instance, even in the main characters, right? The main character's son uses a magical girl idol theme deck, and the main character's daughter uses a superhero deck. So I'm imagining them like kind of transforming into those forms. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now I need an overarching kind of like, what is the villain trying to do? Who is the villain? We have the basic rules of the game. Okay. 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 Um. Okay. I think we have the basics of the card game. We have the basis of the names of the characters. Wants to resurrect something or collect the 7 MacGuffins. Okay. Well, let's play that thing I did before where it was like the truth that like nobody knows, the truth everybody knows, and the truth one person knows. And see if we can't add some more depth to get a direction to go. So what would be in this world a truth that everybody knows? Would probably be card games are fun. The truth some people know would be that card games can be used to commit crimes with the special bracers, which is what like is one of the motivating factors. The truth that nobody knows. It's funny when that was announced that was the plot of I think it was like the Bonds Beyond Time movie, and I was talking to my friends. I was really deep in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene, and I talked to one of my friends about it, and he's like, "Oh, so that guy is trying to save the world," and everyone's like, "Well, what do you mean?" And he's like, "Well, let's think about it. How many times has the world almost ended because of some kind of Duel Monsters related plot?" And he started listing off like, okay, well then these cards, and then this card, and then this card. It's like all of these things are card game related plots that almost ended the world. And if the card game was prevented from existing, then none of those plots would have come to light. Would have happened. That's funny. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking I was thinking like Team Rocket-esque, right? But instead of Team Rocket, it's Team Booster. An organization that seeks to capitalize on the usage of Arise Champions cards for crime. They supply the modified skirmish breakers that allow people to use the cards for crime. Okay. So I looked it up and I was like, what does Giovanni mean? Because I'm playing with name meanings, right? So Giovanni means God is gracious. So I'm like, what else means God is gracious? Giovanni means God is gracious in Italian. So I'm like, what else means that? And so I looked it up, and there's a number of names that mean that. And the one that caught my eye was Zane, which is comes from English origin and means God is gracious. So it's so we have a villain named Zane who wants to own everything. Bad guy is capitalism. What's the truth that no one knows? Okay. So I have this put together. So this is a world building technique that I learned from a YouTube video. And it's the three truths, two lies. It's the three truths method. You start with the truth that everyone knows that drives all of the people. That drives the world. And that is, card games are a fun and exciting way to express your creativity and grow together with your friends. The truth that some people know is what drives groups of NPCs to act. Friendly and unfriendly, it drives groups of NPCs to do things that affects the main characters. In this case, the truth that some people know is some criminals have been using card games to hurt and exploit people. So this drives the police to form the champion force, which is led by the Lists family. And then the truth that no one knows. The cards slowly come to life as you keep using them and pour more and more of your love and emotion into them. And if you keep playing, they will eventually be able to awaken and interact with us, with people more. So that is the big world-changing truth. That if this was a TTRPG, that would be the big world-shaking truth that the players would discover. Right? That is the big world-changing truth that they would discover. Now, the lie that some people believe is what motivates the villainous faction. In this case, it is the only logical use for card games is to take what you want. So this is what Team Booster believes. They believe there's only one use, there's only one purpose, and that is to grab for power. And then the lie that one person knows. One person believes. And this is what Zane, the villain, believes. And that is, he believes that the cards drain your life force as you use them, siphoning them off to gain their own sentience and eventually take over you. As such, they should only be used by the most expendable. Protagonist be sponsored by Dragon Shield. I hadn't even thought of card sleeves. I hadn't even thought of card sleeves, Jesus. Use the force, ground soldier, Ricky. So this, how does this shape the villain's ideas? The villain, and so the idea is the lie that only one person believes is shaped from a misunderstanding of the truth that no one knows. The truth that no one knows is the cards will come to life eventually if you keep using them, right? And what the form that takes is unknown, but he believes that the amount of love and emotion you have to give is a finite resource. And he believes that you can't, that he believes it's kind of it's a zero-sum game, that I think that's the right use for that word, where like as the card comes more to life, as the card becomes more, you become less. And he believes that only his grunts and his minions should be made to fight because he's willing to use them to achieve his own gains. And because he doesn't want to sacrifice himself. And like if he does fight, he fights only with the most powerful cards that he can end the battle quickly, so he doesn't feed much into them, and he doesn't let himself care about his cards. He doesn't let himself care about his cards because he thinks that they're going to drain his soul. That's an interesting one, Van. That's an interesting take, Van, and that gives me some ideas. That gives me some ideas, actually. I want there to be kind of a thing that deals with kind of like spirit of friendship kind of thing, because the main theme I'm liking here is this idea that the cards do in some way feed off of your love, your passion, your hope, your joy. But this idea that love and passion and hope and joy are not finite resources. They are not like there is no limit to the amount of love that you can give to things and people that you care about. Now, your ways to express that love may be limited and restricted by your own means and capabilities, but that love itself, that capacity to feel and care and love and feel that passion is something that is boundless. And the villain doesn't believe that. The villain believes that that is a finite thing and that as you lose that, you lose part of your humanity. And he believes the cards are parasites that suck that out of you. Then the cards won't awaken if they don't let themselves feel the love and the passion and the care for their cards. The cards won't awaken. That's exactly what the villain does. Whenever he does fight, he fights with powerful cards to end the battle as quickly as possible. He doesn't let himself get emotionally attached to the battle. He tries not to let himself have fun in any way of the battle. He tries not to let himself feel joy or feel any emotion when he's in the battle, because he's afraid that if he does, it will suck that from him and it will feed on him like a parasite. So he's just this cold and callous person. So like if you're having fun in the game, if you're experiencing this joy and fun and excitement as you're playing the game, the cards will grow in response to that. And will eventually awaken. Developing a will of their own is what I'm thinking. But like Zane doesn't believe that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, someone could be playing things that aren't necessarily strong, but they're passive in nature, but they're feeling that passive and calmness and as they resonate with the cards. Hmm. That's an interesting take on it, Van. I get what you mean. Defeat anyone that seeks to harm me. Yeah, that's an interesting take on it, Van. Oh, you know what could be really interesting? If the bad guys have cards that are like mismatched because they've stolen cards from other people. So they've got cards that are really strong, but maybe not the same archetype. Mm-hmm. That's interesting, Van. What's hat, Nabiru? Hand artifact trap tricks. Oh no. Mm-hmm. Okay. Wow, it's almost 1 a.m. chat. I thought this was going to be a short one. All right, chat. Let's wind down for the night. Okay. I think we got a good layout. We got a card game design. Got the villain's plan. Got the rules of the card game played out. Still have to figure out how much starting health is, but that's okay. I have the champion mechanic planned out, the ace mechanic planned out. All right. All right. I have to use the bathroom. So I'm going to use the bathroom and I will be right back. And then we will do the outro, a wind down for tonight. So I will be right back. Okay, chat? And I'll do my goodbyes. What'd you say there, Van? In before episode where surprisingly competent kid player helps out a mentally out of it adult get his spirit back. That could be interesting. There's a lot of stuff you could do with this story. I'm very excited. Okay. Thank you all for coming along on this journey with me. I know it was a bit of a long night. We had a bit of a long stream, but I think we had fun. Let me shout out everybody who said stuff tonight. We had a lot of people come through tonight. Yep. Alright, so tonight we had Nabiru, Jesus, Noel Main, I think LeMay was here, yeah. We had Van Daglio, Lon. We had redheaded YouTuber. I think we also had Julian the Vampire King. We had Hero Girls VT over on the Twitch side. I think we had a number of people over on the Twitch side at the start of the stream. Yep, who else did we have? We had Yalike Jazz, we had Captain Kraken. And so I say to all of those people who were here at stream tonight, I say to all of you people who shared ideas and stuff in chat, thank you. I appreciate you. I value your input. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, if I just call you Van. So, and all the people who watched and didn't say anything, who were just whatchamacallit, lurking, thank you for coming. I appreciate your patience and I appreciate your presence here. It means the world to me. To anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, thank you for paying attention and giving me your time and your energy. And thank you for coming. And I say to everybody, I love all of you, and I believe in each and every one of you. I believe that you possess a unique potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own special way. I believe that you are worthy of love, deserving of happiness and good things. You matter. You are important. You're precious treasures of human beings, and this world would not be the same without you. I want all of you to know that I value each and every one of you. And I always want you to remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, but always stop to enjoy the memes. And if you're watching on YouTube, please be sure to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. I appreciate all the likes that people do give me. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can subscribe to me on YouTube and ding the notification bell. You can follow me on Twitch, or subscribe on Twitch if you want. You can follow me on Blue Sky Social, Twitter or X. Join my Discord, like my Facebook, any of those things. There are links in the description down below where you can get to all of those things. And if you want to keep up with, you can also find them in the About page on Twitch. Galaxy Eyes, I matter. Oh goodness, Van. I believe that you all matter. And I like to speak positive affirmations about my viewers at the end of stream, and all the time whenever I can, because I think it's important for each of us to speak positivity, hope, joy, and love into each other's lives. I believe that we all have some form of a responsibility to speak love for each other and to help each other grow more positively. So I try to give words of affirmation wherever I can. If you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content. Any coworkers, arch nemesis, arch enemies, friends to lovers, lovers to enemies, anyone you think would enjoy it, you can show them my content or invite them to the next stream. Next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. We might be back in the novel. We'll see where I am, where my headspace is. Just a heads up, next week, Tuesday at 3:30 p.m. EST, I'm having a special stream where we're going to be playing D&D using the Getter system, Get in the Robot system, which is a homebrew of D&D that turns D&D into a mech game. I'm gonna be running a game with a few players. We're gonna do a one-shot, and then depending on what people like and if what people's schedules look like, we might turn it into a regular thing. We will see what happens, but that is next week on Tuesday at 3:30 p.m. EST. I look forward to seeing all of you there. But the next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST, and I'll see you there. One final thing. I always like to say this last. You do not have to give money to be here. No, Get in the Robot. It's it's a name of a homebrew. I know the captions probably said something different. But anyway, you don't have to donate to be here. You're not expected to give money to be welcome in this community. I value your time, your attention, and your energy. And I'm grateful to all of you for being here. Okay. If you ever feel motivated to donate to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, there are links where you can do so down in the description below and the donate button on YouTube. I appreciate the people who have donated to make things possible for me in the past that I couldn't do on my own. I would not be where I am without all of you. You're right. It probably isn't a coincidence, Van. I'll actually, if I remember, I'll ask the homebrew designer what his thought was on the naming process. Oh, it was great having you, Van. If you're motivated to donate, there's links in the description and in the and if it is financially safe and responsible for you to do so. And in the donate button on YouTube, on the description, there's a link to PayPal where you can do a one-time donation, and Ko-fi where you can do a one-time donation or a monthly donation. If you're going to do a one-time donation, I do prefer you do PayPal if possible. It does help me get more money. The Ko-fi, there's not any reward set up for the monthly donation. It's more if you say there's just a tangible way you want to show you appreciate my content, and that is how that works. And the donate button on Twitch will just take you to Ko-fi, where you can again do a one-time donation or a monthly donation. Thank you all for coming. Have yourselves a great night, and I hope you have a great weekend. Good night, everybody.